Good morning. Good morning. I'm audible and visible. Yes. Okay. So we'll start in the next 5 minutes. Just 5 minutes. I will just mute myself for 1 second. So I'm not going anywhere. We will start in. We will start in 5 minutes. Right. So I'm here. 5 minutes. I'm just going to mute myself. The how I do it in the break itself. Good morning. Good morning. Okay. Audible, visible? Yes, very good. Thank you. Just needed 1 second to set the studio. Good morning. Good morning. Just give me 1 minute. I'll be back 1 second. Okay. Everything sorted? Yes. Extremely sorry for this 10 minutes. Right. Everybody's ready here? Can we start our discussion? Today's agenda is very, very simple. We have to first discuss Sikhism, or what we have to discuss is the Anglo-Sikh wars. Once we are done with this, we will move to the next most important area, which is going to be subsidiary alliance. Thereafter, we'll understand doctrine of lapse. Then we will discuss the concept of the judiciary and the ICS. I will ask the team to upload an article of the police vis-a-vis the apparatus of rule itself, so that you have an understanding for that also. And thereafter, we have to go into economic history. So we are surely now transitioning away from expansion of British Raj itself, and we are now going into a new zone, which is basically the concept of economic history, judiciary, ICS, and we're now going towards the policies of the rule rather than expansion of the rule itself. So our agenda is changing a little bit. I will tell you how it is basically structured in a way that we have created certain foundations. Let us first finish Anglo-Sikh wars. Then we'll talk about the trick to learn wars itself. And thereafter, we'll move into these policies. So if everything is clear till last point, where will the article be uploaded? Into your dashboard itself. Under your resources, you'll find it. I'll ask the team to do it, and thereafter we'll check tomorrow morning. By tomorrow morning, it should be there itself. So we have covered by this point of time the Marathas. We have discovered the Mysore sector. We've covered Carnatic sector, and we've covered Bengal. So I hope that these four are clear and the mind maps are generally working. And we can now transition and finish expansion and then move on to subsidiary alliance and doctrine of lapse. Yes? Great. Perfect. So our agenda has been very, very clear, and we all are now going to finish this. I already created the context for this for yesterday. I'll just reiterate that point, and we will then move out of this section itself. So let's try to do that. Okay. Now, yesterday, if you remember, we discussed how Sikhism had evolved into the Khalsa, and Khalsa had evolved into missiles. And out of these missiles came out a very important personality called Ranjit Singh. And it is Ranjit Singh who is considered as the consolidator of the Punjab, the Sikhs in, or Sikhism in the whole sector vis-a-vis Punjab, because he will do 2 to 3 very important things. First is to dissolve this concept of missile itself. He will use a policy in which he will disintegrate any inefficient missile generally. Further, what we will see is that Ranjit Singh will have what is called the Treaty of Amritsar, under which he went into an understanding with the sector, with the British, and made sure that the Satluj became the border between them. And further, he made sure that there was what is called the Treaty of Perpetual Friendship. Treaty of Perpetual Friendship with the British. So basically, there is an agreement between the British and the Sikhs that we will not cross over the Satluj, and the Satluj will act like the border of these two basic places. Now, the discussion, if you remember, stopped when Ranjit Singh died, and after Ranjit Singh, there was a flurry of his sons getting murdered, in which we saw first you had Ranjit Singh. Then after Ranjit Singh, who's the next son? Who's the next son? Come on, revise with me. Khadak Singh, very good. Khadak Singh murdered. Then you have what? Nonial Singh. Nonial Singh. He will also get murdered. Then Sher Singh. Sher Singh will also get murdered. And the last is Dilip Singh. And under Dilip Singh, who's a very young ruler, under Dilip Singh, the real power is with Rani Jindan, and you have Hira Singh as the Wazir. This is where we stopped. Yes or no? This is where we discussed where the Punjab sector was now going to get into trouble. Very good. Perfect. So now the British, by the time we come to the 1810, 1805, this early 19th century, the British had already taken over most parts of India. Vis-a-vis, they had already taken Bengal sector, they had already taken the Maratha sector. In a way, they already taken the Mysore sector. They were already a dominant force in the Carnatic. It was only the Punjab sector which was left. It was only the Punjab sector which was actually left. And when we talk about the Punjab sector generally, the fact of the matter was that the Treaty of Perpetual Friendship generally suited the British because they knew a specific border. They knew a specific border under which they knew that Satluj is the border, and if we move forward to the Satluj, we are going into Sikh territory. But because there was internal turmoil itself, and the British were now in the mood to shift the border itself, they now needed a solution for the Sikhs. Now, when we talk about Sikhism generally, it was not a threat to the British. However, the British, the understanding had changed, which is to not stay at the original borders and at least move the border to modern day Pakistan. And more than that, they were now following a very aggressive policy of making sure that these states which are on the borders are also under the control of the British generally. Therefore, the British will now find again what we call as an internal conflict which they could use to capture this area. How do we know that? See, when we talk about the actors here, you have Dilip Singh, you have Hira Singh, and you have the person called Rani Jindal. Now, when we talk about Rani Jindal and Hira Singh, they got the power because they were associated with Ranjit Singh generally. They were associated with Ranjit Singh generally, and because they were associated with Ranjit Singh, the fact of the matter is that the concept is that there were a lot of different personalities who wanted to take power away from Hira Singh for sure, because he was the Wazir. Rani Jindal is related to Ranjit Singh himself. Dilip Singh is one of the sons of Ranjit Singh. So therefore, there is no concept of removing them. But the Wazir is selected by Rani Jindal and Dilip Singh. So now there are two personalities. Yes, he's the Wazir, means Prime Minister in a way. Now there are two personalities who are quite important and have very interesting name. One is called Lal Singh and the other one is called Teja Singh. Out of these two, it is basically Lal Singh who was actually quite ambitious. And Lal Singh's understanding was that I want to be Wazir and therefore I want to usurp power generally. So the pretext of the first, what we call as Sikh war, is called the treachery of Lal Singh and Teja Singh. Why? Because much like what Raghunath Rao had done or what Baji Rao II had done, Lal Singh will approach the British, and he will basically be enticed by the British, or the British will approach Lal Singh in a way wherein British will say to Lal Singh and Teja Singh that if we come to power or we have power, we will make you Wazir. And we'll remove Hira Singh. Now, obviously, the British are not dumb. They will not instigate automatically or in themselves. Rather, the British idea was that they were asking Lal Singh to breach the Treaty of Perpetual Friendship, so that it seems that the first aggressor are the Sikhs and not the British. How can Lal Singh breach the Treaty of Perpetual Friendship? How can he do that? How can he breach the Treaty of Perpetual Friendship? Come on. You know the answer to that. Yes, very good, Chaitanya. Great. He can cross the Satluj, which can then be seen as an act of aggression. Great. Perfect. Now thinking like the British. Very good. So the concept was that the British were saying that we are sitting on the east, you are sitting on the west, and he said that you cross over the Satluj river, which is basically our perpetual or what we call as de facto border, and by crossing over the Satluj, we will consider it as a breach, and we will then attack the Sikhs. And then the British said to Lal Singh and Teja Singh that you don't fight. Where have we seen this same type of setup in which they ask somebody to not fight? Where have we seen this concept previously? Very good. We've seen this concept in Bengal. Mir Jafar and Qadim Khan did not fight in the war. Therefore, same way, Lal Singh and Teja Singh did not, or rather agreed not to fight. And therefore, when the first Anglo-Sikh war is going to happen, ironically, Dilip Singh is going to lose very quickly, because two of his biggest, what we call as commanders, were not ready to fight itself. And the first Anglo-Sikh war was basically again a conspiracy of the British to capture this area and end the issue itself. So, as I said, it's a very simple story. Lal Singh and Teja Singh are nothing but two generals of Dilip Singh. And in this, Lal Singh wants to be Wazir. So let's read this out. It will make more sense to you. Okay. We've already discussed this. Now, Can we discuss this basic pretext? You are able to understand Lal Singh, Teja Singh, treachery. By this point of time, it makes sense to us generally because of the fact that uh, more or less we understand the pattern how British are operating here. So Ranjit Singh will die in 1839, and this will be followed by political instability. Anybody who's joined late, I am repeating it through the PPT. Please pay attention. Ranjit Singh died in June of 1839, followed by political instability and rapid political changes in the government. Kingdom saw the beginning of the process of disintegration when Khadak Singh, his eldest son, will be killed. Then his only son, Nonial Singh, grandson of Ranjit Singh, will again be killed in 1840. Thereafter, Sher Singh, another son of Ranjit Singh, will successfully be able to come to power, will proclaim himself Maharaja, but he will also be assassinated in 1843. Therefore, the only ruler who was able to survive was the youngest son of the Maharaja Ranjit Singh, Dilip Singh, and he was technically being ruled under Rani Jindan as a regent and Hira Singh as the Wazir. The selfishness and the corruption of the Sikh order was now coming through, and ultimately all the army was more or less disciplined, was not indisciplined in that way, and they more or less wanted to take away power from Ranjit Singh himself initially, but Ranjit Singh was too powerful. So now it was about taking power away from Dilip Singh, and the simple point of the matter was there is too much power struggle. Too much power struggle. Don't have to learn the names of the sons. Just remember Dilip Singh and Ranjit Singh. Simple point of the matter is there is internal conflict. They want to take power away from each other. Now, now, how does the first Anglo-Sikh War start? The first Anglo-Sikh War starts. See, as it is, the British were moving in the Satluj sector quite aggressively. So in the Satluj sector, they were moving quite aggressively. They had already taken Gwalior. They had already taken parts of Afghanistan and Sindh. And basically, there was a sudden increase in the number of English troops which were on the Satluj itself. And the Sikh army crossed the river Satluj on December 11th, 1845, and the English declared war. However, this moment had been set up by Lal Singh and Teja Singh. That basically the British will start to rally its forces in the sector, and this was the conspiracy. This was the conspiracy that we will not do anything. You cross the river Satluj, so it will be a breach of a treaty which you started, which you started. So therefore, the pretext was using the internal conflict to win over. Now, what is going to happen is that there will be 5 battles. Don't have to learn any of the names. However, there will be 5 battles. Close to 50,000 men were under Lal Singh, and he will not fight. He will not fight itself. And both Lal Singh and Teja Singh, generals of the Sikh army, will cause 5 successive defeats of the Sikhs. And at Lahore, the British forces will enter even without fighting on February 20th, 1846. And the Sikhs will then sign one of the most humiliating treaty, which is called the Treaty of Lahore. The Treaty of Lahore is basically I'll give you a mind map in the end, don't worry. The Treaty of Lahore is considered the first major treaty which took away a lot of things from the Sikhs. Now, why is the Treaty of Lahore considered problematic, and how is it actually going to be succeeded by what is called the Treaty of Bhairoval? There are there are 2 treaties related to the Sikh war itself. The fact is, the Treaty of Lahore is going to say that you give us 1 crore rupees in war indemnity. Jalandhar Duab should be now the company's what we call as possessions. The British resident will be now placed in Lahore. Dilip Singh will be recognized, but now you see who became Wazir. This is what Lal Singh wanted. Lal Singh wanted to be Wazir, so he has been made Wazir. However, what is going to happen is that the Sikhs will not be able to pay 1 crore to the British. So the British will simply take Kashmir and they will sell it to Gulab Singh. And Gulab Singh was a local ruler of the Jammu and Kashmir sector. Wazir means prime minister. Till today, the prime minister of Pakistan is called Wazir only. So, local ruler of Jammu and Kashmir, he will buy Kashmir, and that will be seen as a payment for the war indemnity. Now, as soon as Kashmir will be sold to Gulab Singh, the Sikhs will again rise up and they will rebel. And when they will rebel again, there will be a revolt, and the British will again defeat them and sign what is called the Treaty of Bhairoval. Under Treaty of Bhairoval, Rani Jindan's guardianship will be ended. Dilip Singh will be taken technically under the ranks of the British. Now the whole administrative setup is going to be that there will be a resident of the British, and there will be eight different Sikh officers or Sikh chiefs who will be around them. And now the British army will be permanently placed in Lahore. So if you look at it, the first Sikh war is very simple. Is based on the treachery of Lal Singh and Teja Singh. It is related to the concept of the British finding a solution for this area itself. And Lal Singh, Teja Singh will not fight. An intern Treaty of Lahore, humiliating, 1 crore rupees needs to be paid. They don't have it, so they basically take the form of, they take Kashmir and sell it to Gulab Singh, and whatever money comes is taken by Gulab Singh. However, the Sikhs see it as a disgrace, and therefore they will rebel again. And Treaty of Bhairoval will come in, and Dilip Singh, and technically Lal Singh was Wazir for only 1 month. That is the irony of this story. The irony of this story is that he will do everything. He will fight, he will do treachery, he will do everything. And then he will just be there for 1 month, because thereafter he'll be removed, because he fought in a way with the British over this concept. So it's a very simple concept. And if you look at the second Sikh war, I'll do both of them together because they're related, and then I'll give you a mind map. Is this making sense? I'll give you a mind map generally. Yeah, Kashmir was under Sikhs. Ranjit Singh had already taken it. Yes, very good. Now the second Sikh war is actually even more straightforward. The Sikhs were now under British domination. They didn't like that. And what is going to happen is that the Multan governor, his name was Mulraj. His name was Mulraj. Mulraj was going to be replaced by a British appointed personality. Mulraj, a Sikh, will not accept it. And when Mulraj's replacement will be sent by the British, Mulraj is going to kill those what we call as nominees. And what is going to basically happen is, now Mulraj will say, let us the Sikhs rise against the British. Let's find a solution for the British itself. They will again rise, and the British will literally crush the Sikh, what we call as regiments, and Mulraj, and now fully annex Punjab and take it under their rank. This is basically the second Sikh war. What is the similarity between second Sikh war and third Maratha war? What is the concept of second Sikh war, third Maratha war? What is the similarity? Very good. Both are about them realizing how they were actually getting exploited. They all come together, but it's too late. Great. Perfect. Great. So it's about fighting British dominance. So the second Anglo-Sikh war is that the Sikhs had already got humiliated in Lahore and Bhairoval. Rani Jindan had been sent to Banaras. Now Dalhousie had become the Governor General. He was in the mood to annex all things which were there generally by 1848-49. It's already coming to mid-19th century. Now Mulraj was a governor of Multan who was going to be replaced by the British. Mulraj refused to take charge and he will take refuse to give up charge, and he killed the two Englishmen sent to remove him. The Sikhs will revolt under him. There will be a mass uprising. Dalhousie will now get a reason to control Punjab fully, and at three different battles, the Sikh army will be defeated, and thereafter, the whole of Punjab sector will be annexed. Therefore, in 1849, the Sikh army is going to surrender. Dalhousie will be appreciated by the Parliament, British Parliament, that you've got Punjab also. Punjab was now placed under a chief commissioner, and there will be a three-member board which will help the chief commissioner in managing it. So you will have the Lawrence brother, Henry and John Lawrence, and Charles Mansell, who will help the chief commissioner itself. Thereafter, the boundaries of British India had now shifted to Pakistan. In a way, annexation of Punjab was very, very beneficial for the British. It will also remove a threat of land invasion, because that was the only place from where anybody could come in, and now their northwestern was protected. That is why this was called India's fate was sealed. First and second Anglo-Sikh wars, Treaty of Lahore, Treaty of Araval, kingdom is annexed itself. Now, before I move to the next theme, can I consolidate all of this in one mind map? Can we do that? First and second Anglo-Sikh wars, very simple wars, not difficult in any way or form. But I hope you understand what is the basic pattern here. By this point of time, we become very, very accustomed to this basic concept of come, take, then rebel. Okay. Let's try to summarize Anglo-Sikh wars. Anglo-Sikh wars. Now, when we talk about Anglo-Sikh wars, there are basically the first and the second. And here you have Dilip Singh ruled by Rani Jindan, and Wazir is Teja Singh. No, not Teja Singh. Wazir is Hira Singh. And very simply, Lal Singh and Teja Singh conspire with British Lal Singh breaches the Treaty of Amritsar. British get excuse to fight, and thereafter Lal Singh and Teja Singh not fight, ends with Treaty of Lahore. Lal Singh made Wazir. Kashmir sold. So Treaty of Bhairawal. Lal Singh removed. Resident +8. Anybody has any issue here? The first Anglo-Sikh war, the most simplest of all. Treaty of Bhairawal is where the regency of Rani Jindan is removed. Lal Singh is removed. They change the administrative structure. Who removed Lal Singh? Dilip Singh or British? British, because he's a British appointed personality. So I think no issues here. Thereafter, when we talk about the second Sikh war, it's again very simple. Humiliation of the first war. Mulraj, governor of Multan, replaced. He will rebel. Sikhs will rebel, British will crush and annex. Treaty of Amritsar and Treaty of Perpetual Friendship, same thing. This is the second Sikh war. So any issue here? No? No? So if all of this makes sense, what I'll do is that I'll revise each and every with you, and then we need to find a way to learn these. We are now moving into module number 5 and 6, which is consolidation and economic policy. What happened to Dilip Singh? He was removed. He was removed. The simple point of the matter is we started our class with decline. Please pay attention now. We started our story with decline. We then saw the advent of Europeans. And today we have, in a way, done expansion of British. If you look at it, I have shown you how the British expanded directly in India itself. And today we have to understand now policy plus economic policy, economic exploitation, because their basic motive was economic exploitation. Before I do that, I am moving on in a certain resident plus 8 means resident and has 8 chiefs around it. If whatever we've done till this point, it makes basic sense, I'll consolidate with you. I will teach you the trick how to learn the basic sequence of wars, and then I will also just close this topic and we'll move to subsidiary alliance and doctrine of lapse. Yes, come on, I have to be more enthusiastic. See, Rashmi, I really don't care about Lal Singh and Teja Singh, but Lal Singh made Wazir removed. Teja Singh would have been murdered by somebody. I don't care. That's the basic point. They are just actors in my story. Whatever happens to them in the main story is that. Economic exploitation. We'll talk about it. Okay. Now, what have we done? We have been doing this for now close to 7 hours, and we have discussed basically, rather not even 7 hours, for the past 6 classes we've been discussing. See, we started at decline of Mughals. Please understand the logic of why I have gone in a certain way. Listen to me. I started with the decline of Mughals. Why did I discuss Mughals or the decline of Mughals? For 2 basic reasons. First, for weak successors, out of which we get 3 of our actors: Shah Alam the second, Farooq Siyar, and we get Alamgir 2. These are the 3 people I needed for my casting for this movie. Then I also did it for the concept of what is called rebel state and successor state. And that was to basically set the geography of India. This was to set the geography of India, which is to say what we call as fragmented political setup. Anybody has any issue in this? Why did we do it? That decline of Mughals, why did we do? Because we needed these 3 people, and we did the decline of Mughals so as to understand the rebel states and the successor state, to set the geography that basically we have Bengal, we have Awadh, we have the Carnatic sector, we have Hyderabad, we have the concept of the Marathas, thereafter the concept of Sikhs, we have the concept of Jats. So we were technically trying to set the stage. So in a very systematic way, we created a certain image. Then I moved to advent of Europeans. because now that my basic canvas was set, I discussed with you how the Portuguese came, how they failed to not dominate India. Then we discussed how the Dutch came. They again were more related or more interested in Indonesia. Then we discussed how the English came, and herein lies the most important discussion of how the English started to spread its tentacles. How the English started to spread its tentacles, wherein it was able to get some concessions, which I'm going to discuss with you. Thereafter, we talked about the Danish, how they came and they went. And generally, then we came about the French or talked about the French. And here we discussed the rivalry. Now, if we understood this, we basically had now set the canvas very, very straight. That, okay, this is what we are doing. This is what is the agenda. That now this is what India is. This is what India is. When we have turned our attention towards this sector, this is what is India. That we have fragmented polities and we have Europeans who are there in India generally. So I hope you understand the logic of these two modules, how they interact with each other. Yes, very good. And why am I doing this? Because I'm trying to tell you that we don't go blind. I have very systematically created every module so as to logically go or have a progression. Okay. Then for the past 3 classes, we've been talking about expansion of the British Raj. Expansion of the British Raj. And when we're talking about the expansion of the British, we started very basically with the Farman 1613, 1615, 1632, then 1639, then 1651, then 1668. Thereafter, we went to 1690, then we went to 1717. These were the Farmans which basically led to major breakthrough for the British. This was the initial entry into India. So from the Jahangir Farman to Golden Farman to Chandragiri to Shah Shuja Farman to getting Bombay to Aurangzeb restoring everything to Farrukhsiyar Farman. Very simply, the initial entry was based on Farmans and concessions. And there I gave you a question also, and you understood the concept also how that happened. Now, the British have expanded in India in two ways. See, the British hereafter expanded in India two ways. In what is called direct conquest, and thereafter it's called indirect conquest. Now, indirect conquest and direct conquest, the difference would be this is basically based on wars and this is based on policy. So when we talk about wars, we have discussed Bengal, the Carnatic, the Mysore sector, the Maratha sector, and we discussed the Sikhs. But one thing which I have not touched till this point is indirect conquest via subsidiary alliance and the concept of doctrine of lapse. This is what I have to discuss with you now. The doctrine of lapse and the subsidiary alliance. Now, very simply, this is the agenda for further. And once the British will be able to conquer, they will consolidate. And they will consolidate by changing Indian institutions, where we will discuss the judiciary and the ICS, two very important apparatuses of rule, which basically are the bedrocks for proper exploitation of India. So our first agenda is to understand this, then it is to understand this. But just as a form of revision, we did the Carnatic sector. Carnatic we discussed. Now pay attention again. What happened in Awadh? Awadh we will discuss vis-a-vis the concept of 1857. Don't worry about that. As it was under subsidiary alliance. We'll discuss that. So Carnatic 3 wars we discussed. The first war based on Austrian War of Succession, third war based on 7 Years' War related to each other, Anglo-French rivalry. The second war was related to the civil war in Hyderabad and in what we call as the Carnatic sector, the Nasir Jang versus Muzaffar Jang and Anwaruddin versus Chand Sahib concept. Thereafter, the French having first the victory or what we call as a victorious streak, but the English capturing occurred, and that will in turn lead to the tide turning itself. Thereafter, there are three basic treaties there, and if you want to learn them, it's very, very simple. The Carnatic treaties are very, very simple. Aix la Chapelle, then you have Pondicherry, and then you have Paris. Yes. So you learn it like IPOPA, IPOPA, AIPPA, IPOPA. It's very, very easy that way. Thereafter, you can move to the what we call as Bengal sector. In Bengal sector, we discussed Plassey, and we discussed the concept of Buxar. And Plassey and Buxar basically are two what we call as very turning point moments, specifically Buxar, because we'll be back with regards to this, which is the Diwani rights and its implications. That is the discussion for what we call as economic exploitation. Then we moved to Marathas. Marathas, we discussed three wars again. First war based on Raghunath Rao going to the British. Second war related to Baji Rao II going to subsidiary lands. Third war, they were rising against the British. So here we discussed the treaty of, what is the first treaty? Come on, you remember it. We discussed Purandar, Vadgaon. Last treaty is what? Surat. Then you have Vadgaon. Then you have Purandar, and then you have Vadgaon. Last is very good. Salbai, and thereafter the second war, Treaty of Basin. So here you only have to remember two, which is Salbus, which is Salbai and Bus on Basin. Then we discussed Mysore. Mysore is very, very easy. Madman Seri, Madras, Mangalore, and Seringapatanam. And the easiest of all of them is basically the Sikh one, which is Sikhs is what? Lahore, Bhairoval, Bhairoval, and that's it. Labhai. So that's it. So these are the treaties. You have IPOPA, Salbas, Madman Seri, and Lalbhai. Are we clear with regards to the treaties? This is what we discussed till this point. Yes? Yes. Now, Treaty of Amritsar is Ranjit Singh, separate issue altogether. Now, if all of this makes sense and you are able to understand the logic, I would like to give you the trick to learn the wars. Can we discuss this? Because then I want to practice certain questions with you to show you how it actually works. Yes? Stories are not important, Aarti, if you can remember what I have discussed with you right now. Basic causes and consequences. Right? Can we discuss the trick to learn wars? Yes? Everybody is attentive because this is very, very important. This is 1757 and this is 1764. Now, see, out of all the wars we've done today, this is the basic wars which we've done. So we started with first Carnatic, second Carnatic, third Carnatic, Plassey, Buxar. Now see, any student who can learn this, firstly, impractical, makes no sense. I don't have the time. I hope you also don't have the time to waste into this. So I am not going to concentrate on this. Does not really matter to me. Rather, what matters to me is that there's a pattern. The beauty of this is there's a pattern. See, if you look at it, Carnatic ones happen in sequence. First, second, third. Thereafter, you have both Bengal. So you have Plassey and Buxar. Now there's a catch, wherein first Mysore happens and then first Maratha happens. Thereafter, it's Mysore, Maratha, Sikh. So if you look at the basic sequence, it's Carnatic, Bengal, Mysore, Maratha, and Sikh. This is the basic sequence. But the catch is that as much as it is C, 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 B, B, it is my, ma, then my, my, ma, and CC. This is what it is. Dates are never important. UPSC doesn't care about dates. They will ask you a sequence. I'll show you a question how they can ask you. If you look at it, the only thing which is out of sequence is Mysore and Maratha. It is CCC, BB, my, mama, CC. So if I had to actually learn, I had to only learn one thing, which is first Mysore happens, then first Maratha happens, then again Mysore happens, and then later Maratha happens. Don't look at the last date, look at the first date. We have to discuss the starting of that whole period. So if I remember this, that CB, my, ma, C, CB, my, ma, C, if you remember this, and just remember that there is one anomaly here, which is that first my, then ma, then you will never have to learn the sequence of wars generally if you know that Carnatic, Bengal, Mysore, Maratha, Sikh is the basic sequence. Are you able to understand the catch here? That very simply, you don't have to learn the dates because all of the wars are in sequence if you know the basic sequence itself, except for Mysore and Maratha. I'll show you. I'll do 2-3 questions with you to test this if you're understanding it or not. See, students waste their time, rather they run away from this area very simply, thinking that I have to learn so much. No, it's very simple. I'm again repeating, and then let's check if you remember. Carnatic are in sequence. So Carnatic, Bengal, Mysore, Maratha, Sikh is the basic sequence. Thereafter, it is Mysore which happens first, then Maratha, and then Mysore. So very simply, the Marathas will be fought once in 18th century. Thereafter, they'll be not touched in 18th century. They will only be touched in 19th century because the Marathas were strong, and that is the moment in which they go into subsidiary alliance. So very simply, let's check if you understand it. Are you ready to do a question? Are you in a position to put them in sequence? Yes? Okay, very good. So consider the following. Consider the following and see, what I want from you is you're going to write the basic sequence of what I'm writing on the screen. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I'll start with 4 rather, and then we'll move to 6. Very simple. What is the sequence of this? 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Carnatic, Mysore, Maratha. This was the easiest question. So the sequence in which I've written. Very good. Now I'll change the sequence. It's easy one. Okay. Now put this in sequence. If in the time I will give you a poll, you can actually even just make it easily. 4, 3, 2, 1. 4, 3, 2, 4, 3, 2, 1. 57, 1757. Maratha first. 3, 2, 1. Okay. 4, 3, 2, 1. Perfect. Now I'll increase the number. Are you getting the point how questions can be framed? So I'll change the sequence now. I'll add more options. It will become a little bit harder. But if you're finding it simple, it's because of the way we've seen it. Okay. Now 5, 6, 7. 7. You put 7 together. Okay. You have now put this in sequence. Come on. Take your time. I'm not asking you to do it quickly. Komal, Deepika, Kalyani, why are you starting with Plasi? Look at the whole sequence. This one is Maratha War. I'll write it again. This one is a Maratha War. Take your time. Take your time. No issues. 7 are there, so no issues. Everybody is writing little bit different, but more or less 2, 7, 1, 5, 6, 3, 4. This is what they're writing. So, which is the first one? Carnatic has to be first. Thereafter, you will have Palasi. Then you will have Buxar. Thereafter, you will have Mysore. First Mysore. Then the second Mysore. Then no, not second Mysore. Then you would have the Marathas. Then you will have Mysore, and last would be the Maratha. So 2, 2, 7, 1, 2, 2, 7, 1. Yes, 5, 6, 5, 6, 3, 4. Perfect. Great. Right? 2, 7, 1, 5, 6, 3, 4. Make sense? Now you tell me. Can you now do any type of question from this area? And did we actually learn even one date here? No issues, Anu. No issues. So are you getting my point? Because there was no need to learn the dates. So very simply, the catch is if you learn this basic understanding, you never ever need to actually learn the dates itself. Does these type of questions come in the examination? See, technically, they have not asked any question from this area only. But yes, they ask sequence of events for sure. And they've done it for the what we call as national movement. They can do it from here also. So very simply, are we now clear with regards to this? Sir, they will ask chronological order. Oh, see, now you're asking me, see, if they ask you chronological order of treaties, it will become one step more. I'll do that also with you. You see, one step more, it will happen. See, a little bit question, little bit difficult, but easier. It's not that difficult. Consider the following. They can ask you this also, no issues. Now here you need to have a better understanding in that way. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So you would have to first we'll write Now put it in sequence. One step more you need, that's it. You would have to convert it into a certain understanding. Subhash, you're writing no, not correct. If you know the wars, the treaties automatically will come to you. People are saying there are two variations, 2, 4, 3, 4, 5, 1, and this is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 1. This is what you're writing, more or less. But it's a mix. Let's figure it out. See, the easiest is what you do is that first you write the wars. This is first Sikh. This is third Carnatic. This is first Maratha. This is first first Mysore, and this is the second Maratha. Now it becomes easy. So it will become 2, then 4, 3, 5, 1. So I needed one more step. That's it. Get my point? It's not difficult. If you know it, just need to know one more step. That's it. Just to know the treaty and the war. Done. Can I move on from this area? Can we go to subsidiary alliance? We can. Yes. So see, this is going to be the major emphasis. I don't believe that you are a robot. I could have easily come and said, learn each the dates or learn it. My job is to make your task easy, not to make it difficult. So I understand the aspirant's mentality. The more quickly you can learn it, the better it is, and without the least effort possible. And this is called smart work. Rather than making and writing, you will learn it for 5 days. You will never forget this method for sure in that regard. So I hope that you are getting the point of this basic discussion. If you're here with me for 3.5 hours, that is the purpose here. Not to confuse you, not to basically believe that you have to learn this. Rather, logically understand everything and then move forward. Right? Very good. Okay. Now, let's talk about the policies of the Raj. Can I now get your attention back? But I hope that in the end of the class, because it's very fresh to you, I will do it in the end of the class again to check if you remember by 9:30. So that because it's fresh, you are able to remember. We'll check it in the end also. Right. Now, policies of the Raj. Now, as I told you, the British expanded in India two ways: direct conquest, which now we've covered, and there's something called indirect conquest. The British as a company would prefer which one, direct or indirect? They would like indirect, because this means war, this means spending, and this is expensive. So they would like indirect conquest. Why? Because it needs least effort and money. So the British as a company would like indirect conquest over direct conquest. Now, in indirect conquest, there were two basic policies which were followed. One is called subsidiary alliance, and the other is called doctrine of lapse. Now, before I do that, I need to give you a very important sequence. And see, Governor General, first Governor General, second Governor General, who is this, who is that? Raj means Raj karna, rule. First Governor General of this, that, the sequence of Governor Generals, everything I will give to you. But I will not give it to you right now because there's already too much to learn. But I'm going to give you working models. Basically, to understand this whole week, we only need to know this basic sequence. Robert Clive, thereafter Warren Hastings, then comes Cornwallis, then comes Wellesley, then comes Bentinck, and then comes Dalhousie. Are these all of them? No, they aren't. Don't bring Albuquerque. Albuquerque is not a Britisher. Don't very simply think they are all of them. But these are the main ones. These are the main ones. And these are all the governor and governor generals of Bengal. And very simply, Mountbatten is the last one. Very simply, when I say Wellesley, when I say Dalhousie, when I say Cornwallis, when I say Warren Hastings, when I say Bentinck and Robert Clive, it should now ring a bell. It should now ring a bell. And there's also tricks to learn this. There are also tricks to learn this. I'll give you a very simple trick. You can find your own space with regards to that. The trick is very simple. Is to make stories. Is to actually make stories. I'll give you a very simple story. See, Clive and Hastings had a Cornwallis at Wellesley Garden, where they met, and Bentinck suggested to go to Dalhousie. So here they are in sequence: Clive, Hastings, Cornwallis, Wellesley, Bentinck, Dalhousie. So you can make a type of story, and if you remember that story, you remember their sequence. But with the 2025 governor generals, the story itself is going to become extremely complex. But for the initial ones, Clive, Hastings, Cornwallis, Wellesley, Bentinck, and Dalhousie, I'm not giving you dates again, but I'm giving you their order. Will you be able to now associate Wellesley and Dalhousie with governor generals? Yes? Okay. If all of this is clear, then let's talk about subsidiary alliance. Let's talk about subsidiary alliance. Okay. Everybody set? I want your attention now. Very good. Perfect. Now, subsidiary alliance was the brainchild of Wellesley. And Wellesley was, I'll tell you the difference between Governor General Gorley when we'll talk about the constitutional history. As of right now, just take it at face value. Now, you don't have to make notes, Rashi. Just listen to me. If you will understand it, you will never forget it. Now, what is subsidiary alliance? See, this is peninsular India, for example. There are 3-4 rulers: A, B, C, D, E. And the point is that India is such kind of political setup that A is fighting with B, B is fighting with E, A is fighting with E, C is fighting with B, C is fighting with E, C is fighting with D D is fighting with E. Kuch nahi to they're fighting with somehow someone. The basic point of the matter is that they all are fighting with each other. Standard, nothing new. This is how the Europeans found India. Now what happens is that because all of them are fighting, because all of them are fighting with sword and whatever they have, standard archaic weaponry, they are more or less equally matched. So neither B can win, neither A can win, neither E can win, neither C can win, neither D can win. So they all go into war with 50,000 men, 10,000 die, they come back, then again they go, fight, come back, nobody is winning, nobody is losing. Because all of them are equally matched. Now, the ruler of that B, for example, the ruler of B was one day sitting on the couch and watching TV. Obviously not watching TV, but think of it like this. And now comes an ad on the television. And the ad says to B, are you fighting with your neighbors? B says yes. Are you not able to win? B says yes. Are you all equally matched? B says yes. Then, here is the British East India Company Army at your service. Employ the British East India Company Army and get a strategic edge in your preparation. So, basically, subsidiary alliance is a service. Think of it like a service. The pretext of subsidiary alliance is basically you have the best army possible, the British East India Company Army. Why not use it to defeat your neighbor? Why not use it to defeat your neighbor? All you have to do is keep the army in your area and maintain it. That's it. That is it. I'll discuss the basic provisions of subsidiary alliance. But very simply, the provision is, what is the pretext? Basically, the East India Company wants to use India as a form of giving a service. Subsidiary alliance is basically a service given by the British to your state. So B can take it, C can take it, A can take it, D can take it, anybody can take it if you can afford it. Now, there's a major catch. That catch I will tell you once I will tell you the whole structure of the subsidiary alliance itself. But are you able to understand why would subsidiary alliance be very, very what we call as fashionable and attractive to our rulers, and how we again actually lost the plot here itself? We again did not understand what the British were technically doing. So I hope that the context is clear, which is internal infighting and the need for a modern army. If it is clear, then I want to talk about the concept of subsidiary alliance. What is it? What are the basic provisions? Yes, because there is internal infighting and all are equally matched, they all are looking for a strategic edge, and that is the service. That is a service which British are ready to provide. Are you getting my point? Internal conflict, strategic edge was to use a modern army like the British one. Like the British. Yes, Prachi. Perfect. Okay. Now, Vanchika, very simply, internal conflict is there. Nobody has a strategic edge over the other. British are ready to provide your service in which they will give you their army. But they are riders. So let's discuss the riders. So what are the features or conditions under subsidiary alliance? Remember, this is the same subsidiary alliance which Baji Rao II will agree to. Which Baji Rao II will agree to. I will tell you, what if the second state also takes subsidiary alliance? There's a very important catch there. What if A and B both employ subsidiary alliance? Don't worry, don't worry. I will tell you. Okay. No, it will not lead to the. They are British are not that dumb that they'll fight with each other with one regiment there, one regiment there. You look at the provisions and then you will see the master stroke. That basically the British control everything. Now, can I discuss the features and then we'll discuss the issues? Very good. But they can import weapons than alliance. Good point. But weapons need money. Who is selling you? I want to buy F-16 right now. Give it to me. I want to buy F-22 Raptor right now. I have the money. You give it to me right now. कहाँ से मिलेगा? How will you get it? The America will not sell it only. So you want to go to the British and say, okay, you give me your gun, I want to shoot you. Through friendship. Starley, you are very optimistic in life then. We are a friend of America. They give us anything. When you are good at something, you never do it for free. That's the basic point. Okay. See. This is a ruler. This is a ruler. A. Now, if A goes under subsidiary alliance, pay attention. If A goes under subsidiary alliance, so A had this is A ruler. A had his own army. Now, if A goes into subsidiary alliance, the first condition under subsidiary alliance is the ruler needs to disband his own army or remove his own army. So, very simply, this needs to go. This needs to go. Now, in place of this, the British will station their own modern army for the service of the ruler. So you are going to first remove your army, and now very simply the British have stationed their own army in this sector. They stationed their own army in this sector. And the original army has to be removed. Now, very important. The ruler has to pay for the maintenance and salaries of the army stationed in return of this alliance. If you have an army, what is the most expensive aspect about an army? It is basically maintenance only. There are two basic components which will burn your cash. First, the maintenance, and then the salaries. Now, basically, food, shelter, and the maintenance and the concept of salary is what actually you have to pay. Now comes the larger interesting provisions. Fourth, the ruler will agree to expel any other European power from territory. Thereafter, the ruler will accept the British as paramount power. 6 and 7 are the dangerous ones. The foreign policy will be controlled by the British. Resident will be appointed to Raja's or ruler's court to take care of internal and external policies. But the most dangerous provision is if a ruler not able to maintain or pay for army, company will annex territories as penalty. The most dangerous provision is this one. This is the most dangerous provision. Now think of it like this. You said to me, sir, what if in this configuration, B also takes subsidiary alliance, C also takes subsidiary alliance, and E also takes subsidiary alliance. So what the British will do, they will make peace with BCE. Because they control foreign policy, they will say that BCE should not fight together. So that they don't fight with their own armies. Further, they will exaggerate the conflict with D and A because they don't have subsidiary alliance. So to show to D and A that because you did not take subsidiary alliance, you need to pay. So the basic point of the matter is that now a ruler is basically defenseless because he's disbanded his own army. So the first point is that he needs to disband his own army itself. Then they will appoint their army here. However, that army needs to be maintained by the ruler itself. Any other European needs to be removed. Basically, the European problem is also getting out of the picture. The ruler has to accept that the British is only the paramount power amongst all European powers in India. But the most dangerous provisions are 6, 7, and 8. Foreign policy is controlled by the British, but more important, the fact of the matter is that one British resident, a Britisher, is going to now sit in the court of the Raja, taking decisions for the Raja itself. And at one point of time, there will become a point that you will not be able to maintain the salaries and the maintenance. Because keeping a British army is a very, very expensive affair. So if you are not able to pay, then okay, the company will still be here, but now they will start to take away territories. They will start to take away small territories each month. And basically they will say that now this territory is our payment. So think of it like this, that I am, very simply think of it like this. My salary was 5,000 rupees. My salary was 5,000 rupees. Now I employ a servant whose salary is exactly 4,000 rupees. Now, if I look at my expenses, the servant is non-affordable. However, what I do is that 1 month I pay him 4,000, next month I pay 4,000. Then I say to my servant that, see, this TV is for 10,000, you take it, and you take 2 months payment. Now, what is going to happen is slowly I say, take the stuff from my house. One day, what is going to happen is that the house is going to be in the name of the servant and I will be outside. Therefore, this is exactly how subsidiary alliance works. That you take something. What if I want to opt out? There is no concept of cashback here, or what we call as you can withdraw your scheme. You withdraw. How will you withdraw? How will you withdraw? You don't have an army to fight with the British only. If you go into subsidiary, you cannot actually come out of it because you've disbanded your own army and you're more or less bankrupt. I'll tell you the advantages of this system. Tell me if the provisions are making sense. If the provisions are making sense, then I will tell you the advantages of the system. Right? You're getting my point? So, the advantages of this system, the advantage of this system is very simple. Wherein the biggest thing which the British were able to do was that, now listen to me, they were able to have an army which was bigger in size in India, but they didn't pay for it only. If they had 1 lakh men stationed in India, only 20,000 was paid by them, 80,000 were actually paid by the rulers. And you think of the dumbness which our rulers are actually doing. That the British, at the end of the day, it is a British army only. So, our rulers are actually paying for our own colonization. We paid for our own colonization. Imagine it like this. Think of it like this, that we actually literally went to a person and said, take the money and now hit me. This is what basically we actually did. We paid for our own colonization in the form of subsidiary alliance. So the first most important advantage is, the advantage of this system is that the British can maintain an army much bigger in size to any other European power, as they did not have to pay for the forces. Second, the rulers paid for their own annexation and domination. The French were expelled from India as the English were accepted as paramount power. And fourth, very simply, is the concept that in the long run, the British had all the advantages in this alliance. So if you look at the provisions, it is technically a death sentence. It technically is a death sentence, wherein cause of subsidiary alliance is non-cooperation and faith amongst own neighbor kingdoms, where faith was an enemy. Bimal, you are bringing in faith. Here it's all about the money. There's no faith and all. British Don't expect ethics and spine from the British. But sir, if British will employ their army, then it will lead to killing of this army only to save local rulers in case of any battle. Pulkit, you understand one. Try to understand one thing. Listen to me. Very simply, listen to me. I I own two companies. I own two companies. One makes toothpaste and the other one makes brush. Will I ever be so dumb to make the toothpaste factory make brushes and the brush factory to make toothpaste? Tell me. No. Why would I create competition for myself? So then why would two subsidiary alliance states fight with each other when the foreign policy is controlled by the British only? The British were smart. They never fought with their own, with any of the states which were under subsidiary alliance. They only fought with those states which were not under subsidiary alliance. So as I said to you here that BCE will never fight with each other, because then the British army is fighting with the British. They will only fight with A and D because they are not subsidiary alliance partners. Don't try to give me CSAT questions that what if this, then this, then this. No, no. Simple point of the matter is that the concept is very simple. Are these 8 points clear? That what does the British actually hold as power? Because then I give you a break and then I'll talk about doctrine of lapse when I come out. Very simply, what is the basic contour here? The basic contour is that you maintain the army, you remove your army. If you're not able to maintain, you get penalty in the form of taking your territory. Foreign policy is going to be controlled. The ruler has to accept the British as the paramount power. With one stone, all problems are gone. With one stone, all problems are gone. That basically the British can remove the French also. The British can have a big army also. The British does not need to figure out how to pay for that army. And the foreign policy and the internal policy of that state is also controlled by the British. The British are called a British resident. That's a position. He will be just stationed inside the court. That's it. Are you getting my point? How this works? Yes. So very simply, all the advantages are of the British in itself. So if this is clear, we take a break. We'll be back at 7:45. And when we're back at 7:45, I'll take the story forward with regards to how doctrine of lapse work. Acceptable? Okay. See you. Welcome back. Welcome back. Welcome back. Okay. So let's revise subsidiary alliance. Subsidiary alliance used by Lord Wellesley, Governor General between 1798 to 1805. What were the basic provisions of the subsidiary alliance? Deepika, see, you are saying our rulers didn't understand the hidden conspiracy. If they were so smart, then we would not have got colonized only. This is basically called myopic vision. Everybody is just fighting with the other. That's the harsh reality of this, that basically everybody was just trying to get their small areas. British had a larger vision. That's the basic difference. So to us, it seems all basically very easy to fathom or very easy to understand. But for them, with their political egos, it was the best option available to them. See, I will say this to you very simply. I will say this to you very simply. We also make same decisions. Ranjan, ring fence and all, paramountcy. That's a separate issue altogether, not related to this in any way or form. So don't give me spectrum logic. Same chapter, ring fence is given, so you also teach ring fence. No, ring fence and all is called paramountcy. Totally related to princely state, separate issue altogether. So you also do it. We also do it. A lot of people do it. Salary is 50,000 per month. They will go and buy an iPhone for 1.5 lakh rupees. Don't we take these type of financial decisions? Under EMI, you are ready to take anything. So think of it like Apple only. People do anything to buy an Apple phone. So their salary is only 8,000, 10,000, 15,000. They will give 3,000 as EMI. But was that a good decision? No. Short-term decisions are like this only. So simple point is, subsidiary alliance, there's a myopic vision. Proper myopic vision. You think that you can do it, but you can't. That's the basic point. So you have an Indian ruler entering into subsidiary alliance with the British, had to accept British forces within his territories and also agree to pay for the maintenance. The ruler would now accept a British resident in his state, a Britisher who is going to sit in the court itself. The Indian ruler would not enter into any further alliance with any other power, nor would he declare war against any power without the permission of the British. So therefore, he cannot declare war. Basically, foreign policy is controlled fully by the British in that regard. The ruler would not employ any other European other than the Britisher. And if he were already doing so, he should or he would dismiss that person. Further, in case of conflict with other state, he would agree to the resolution decided upon by the British. Further, the rulers would acknowledge East India Company as the paramount power. In return of the rule of accepting these conditions, the company undertook to protect the state from external internal disorders. If the Indian ruler failed to make the payment required for the alliance, then a part of the territory would be taken as part of penalty. So this is the dangerous clause which actually led to the concept of them becoming or going under very quickly. Now for you, this is the sequence of the states which took subsidiary alliance. The first state to actually take subsidiary alliance is Hyderabad. Thereafter, after subduing Tipu Sultan, it is Mysore. Then they will take Shantanjore. Then Awadh in 1801. Same year, once Peshwa, we already know, Bajirao II is going to actually go into subsidiary alliance via the Treaty of Basin. Then Bhosles, then Sindhyas, then Jodhpur, Jaipur, Bharatpur. Now, basically, you don't have to learn the sequence, but just understand one thing, that Jodhpur, Bharatpur and Jaipur, that whole Rajasthan sector, and Sindhya, Bhosle, Peshwa would become Maharashtra sector. Awadh as it is goes in. But the stepping stone is with Hyderabad, where in Hyderabad will technically be a state which will actually be able to afford afford the concept of subsidiary alliance for quite a long time. Now, if you understand subsidiary alliance, which we discussed here, I would like to now discuss the concept of doctrine of lapse. Doctrine of lapse. Can we discuss that? Very good. Now think of it like this. Think of it like this. I was a state A, and I took subsidiary alliance. And somehow I'm good enough to maintain subsidiary alliance, wherein I'm able to maintain the army, I'm able to give the salary. Subsidiary alliance is not working. For annexation. Is not working for annexation. Therefore, the question is that the British bring in what is called the doctrine of lapse. Understand one thing, doctrine of lapse can be used independently. It can be used independently, but mostly was used in conjunction with subsidiary alliance. Subsidiary alliance, if it works, very good. If it doesn't, then doctrine of lapse was brought in by Dalhousie. Now, what is the doctrine of lapse? Doctrine of lapse, though Dalhousie was not the first one to actually figure it out, it was the idea of the court of directors, but it was introduced in India by Dalhousie. Now, what doctrine of lapse says? Doctrine of lapse says that for example, I am the king, I have a son, he has a son, he has a son, he has a son. What is this called in terminologies? That father son is going to become ruler. Very good, very good. Hereditary kingship, it is called. Hereditary kingship, that you have successor after successor after successor after successor. Subsidiary alliance did not work for annexation, means that the ruler was able to maintain, there was no penalty put on him. This is called patrilineality or hereditary kingship. Now, the rule here is that here it's a naturally born son, wherein he is not adopted, he is actually the son of the king. Now, what the British said, if you have a natural born son, he can inherit the empire, kingdom, or state. However, if the ruler adopts a son, he is not eligible to inherit the state. Basically, if you have an adopted son cannot rule, and in that case British will take over. Annex. You're going to annex. What if the king has a daughter? No, daughter not allowed. Only son can succeed. Unfortunately. Who are the Britishers to guide the rulers? Well, you only brought that servant and told him to take the TV. So now you are not in a position to say to that servant, who are you? When you have accepted under subsidiary alliance that the British is the paramount power, then you have already accepted subordination. So very simply, it seems infuriating, but the British did it. And imagine one thing, just for 1 second imagine, this British is not the British Parliament. This is not even the Queen or the King. It's a company. Imagine that the for example, Colgate Corporation or any other random private company today comes and says to you that you are not able to pay the EMI, though technically banks do that. That's a separate issue altogether, that they can take away your property and everything, but we take loans and EMIs like that only. The basic point of the matter is not even that. Imagine that your bank says that if your son is not naturally born, we will possess everything and take your wife also away with you. Imagine that, how much are they actually dictating? How much are they actually dictating? The level of control the British is exercising is extraordinary. Is extraordinary. And you think of the rulers. See, we tend to say that the British came and they grabbed India. The Sone ki Chidiya was taken and it was taken away to the British. Look at what the Sone ki Chidiya is doing to itself. Did the British actually do anything? They just waited. Patiently waited. Okay, subsidiary alliance is not working. One day you will not have a son, and that day I will take your annexation. And that day I will annex you. They played the waiting game itself. That is the level of patience which the British had. And you look at the way they actually annexed India in that regard. Direct warfare was not used actually in a lot of places. It was actually doctrine of lapse which was applied, or subsidiary alliance which was applied to take most of the places. So if you understand doctrine of lapse, I would like to give you what is called combinations. In what there are three basic combinations in which, or rather four combinations in which India can be conquered by the British. Can I give you that combination? Right? Okay. Now think of it like this. See, let me read it out. This is attributed to Dalhousie, though he was not the originator. Came through from the court of directors. They gave the idea to Dalhousie itself in Britain. It was a coincidence that when he was the governor general, somehow people started to stop having sons itself, and that is why the doctrine was applied in a lot of places under Lord Dalhousie. And thereafter, in simple terms, the doctrine stated that an adopted son could be the heir to his foster father's private property, but not the state. For example, he cannot inherit the state, but if the king himself owns 1 lakh rupee, he can take that, but not the state. It was the paramount power, the British, to decide whether to bestow the state on the adopted son or to annex it. Nonetheless, there was no clear instance of an adopted son being deprived of entire state, which was regarded as a concept of a Hindu tradition, but that was not not the case ever. And this concept of lapse is something related to which the British automatically brought in. It was totally their innovation when they said that adopted sons can't do. In Indian history, adopted sons have become rulers, but the basic point of the matter is that they were very clear that adopted sons cannot be rulers itself. Now you see where it all was actually applied. So really British colonized or rulers, technically rulers gave India on a platter to the British. Satara, Jaipur. Satara means basically the Marathas. Jaipur, Sambalpur, Bhagat, Udaipur, Jhansi in 1853, Nagpur, Tor and Arcot, and Awadh. So basically Carnatic also, Awadh also, the whole Jhansi also, the concept of Nana Sahib. Nana Sahib, as we know, we'll talk about it when we'll talk about 1857. The basic point of the matter is, if you look at it, the doctrine of lapse and the concept of subsidiary alliance together are a formidable formation. Now, the concept of subsidiary alliance and doctrine of lapse separately clear. Come on, tell me. Separately clear? What are they? Yes. Now, I'm going to give you a hypothetical situation and basically simulate how the British could conquer India. And thereafter, we'll go to the judiciary. We can do this. I will basically give you the four basic ways in which British conquered India. But understand one thing. Sir, doctrine of lapse is applicable only when subsidiary alliance. No. Subsidiary alliance can be separate. Doctrine of lapse can be separate if the British are already dominating you. For example, Carnatic sector never went into subsidiary alliance, but doctrine of lapse was applied itself. Now you see, that is what I am trying to do here. There are four ways the British conquered India. But the basic point of the matter is, now you can understand one thing. Now you can understand one thing. There is no grand plan of the British. They just very simply sat there and saw the drama and the tamasha which was happening. And wherever they found a chance, they took that chance and conquered India. We were rather the ones, we actually gave the British India rather than they taking India. Because it is our myopic politics, our no understanding of policies, and very, very short-term understanding of politics itself, wherein we allowed the British to enter into India very simply. So, how do the British actually conquer India? Four ways. First is direct conquest, war, treaty, annexation. The second would be indirect conquest. In this subsidiary alliance, ruler defaults, penalty, area, or rather territory annexed. Thereafter, third, subsidiary alliance, ruler doesn't default, thereafter they will bring in doctrine of lapse and then annex. And the last but not the least is going to be the area never signed subsidiary alliance but was dominated by the British, then doctrine of lapse and annexation. So doctrine of lapse can be applied without subsidiary alliance also. Default means that he was not able to pay for the army itself. Getting my point? Yes. So basically, doctrine of lapse is like plan B. If A doesn't work, use B. Come on. I am giving you 4 permutations. Ruler doesn't default. How does doctrine is but how the doctrine is applied when? See, doctrine is going to only be applied when the adopted son will come in. Hyderabad was one state which never defaulted and never ever actually even went into doctrine of lapse. So Hyderabad would be a very good example. Hyderabad never defaulted and doctrine of lapse never applied. Doctrine of lapse never applied. Awadh, what happened, I will tell you later when we'll talk about 1857. Simple point is, very simple point is, direct conquest, subsidiary, take area, subsidiary doesn't work, doctrine of lapse, subsidiary never went into subsidiary, but the British dominated you, doctrine of lapse, annexation. Are we clear? This is where you never sign the subsidiary alliance. What I'm trying to emphasize is doctrine of lapse can be applied independent of subsidiary alliance itself. Yes? Can I move on to judiciary? Though nobody is asking you these permutation combinations, I'm just trying to tell you that there can be these four methods in which they annexed. So very simply, please pay attention. Please pay attention. Very simply, we've now understood decline, we've understood advent, we've understood expansion, and both direct and indirect. Anybody has any problem till this point in any of the issues? Because now I will go into consolidation. Any issue till this point, everything is making sense. Modern India is not randomly placed, it is placed in a logical manner. More than that, we have now discussed the difficult part of direct conquest, and now we've also understood the two basic policies which were used. Paramountcy, ring fence, buffer state, this state, that is all different. Default means that when you don't pay your payment, it's called defaulting. So very simply, which topic is important for prelims? All of them. Which topic is important for mains? All of them. Don't be a utilitarian like a Britisher right now. Because that I will only study this for this, this for this. Don't do that. Simply learn from the British good things. The simple point of the matter is, don't do that. There is no basic division. Anything can be happened asked in prelims. I can make a question out of prelims also and mains also both. So don't worry about that. So very simply, decline, advent, expansion, and now we need to go into how doctrine is imposed when it's an independent state. Independent state, politically dominated, not came under, there was no war, but these rulers started to accept the British as the paramount power. So lapse will be applied. But again, don't try to work it out. It's not going to be applied on you. If they ask you statement-based questions on subsidiary alliance and doctrine of lapse, you are in a position to answer any question, yes or no. Or if they ask you a mains question, how they were used to conquer India, what are the advantages of it, you can do that. Okay. If they don't, nobody accepts nothing, then doctrine cannot be applied. Obviously, you can't enter into a state and say, now you have adopted son, you're removed. That's not the case. Okay. Expansion and consolidation meaning. Expansion means to expand. How do I tell you? Is to spread. Consolidate means that once you spread, you then start to consolidate the borders. Then you start to stabilize the borders. Now I'm moving on to judiciary. Now I have to discuss with you something very, very important. Okay. So our story with regards to consolidation begins. Now consolidation, we will discuss first judiciary, then ICS, and the next important, what we call as discussion, is going to be economic policy, because that is one of the most important conversations we have. Most amount of questions are coming from that area, both mains and prelims, vis-a-vis this area, which is non-national movement area. Questions have come, and that is the basic point. When the British are here, the basic interest was economics, so you need to understand that also. Now let's talk about consolidation. See, tell me one thing. If you are a commercial power and the law and order situation is bad, would it be good for your empire or your trade? No. Obviously, no. The people who are writing good, are you sand mafias? Obviously not. The basic point of the matter is that you saw what happened yesterday, right? Illegal sand mafia, 3 officers were beaten up by the sand mafias. So very simply, yeah, in Bihar, the basic point of the matter is that if you are if you are a commercial power, you obviously have to have good law and order. Because if your merchandise is getting looted on the road, if people are getting killed, there will be fear that will in turn mean the fact that you cannot trade well. You cannot trade well. And this is the problem which the British had. The British initially, they did not want to intervene into local situations and institutions, but their hand will be forced. Their hand will be forced. Now, to understand this, in order to understand this, you need to understand what is called Robert Clive dual government in Bengal. Now, see, if you remember, in Bengal, there are two powers which are there under the governor. One is called Nazim and the other one is called Diwan. This is called Nizamat functions and this is called Diwani functions. Now, when the British won the Battle of Buxar in 1764, they very categorically took the Diwani rights. The British wanted and took the Diwani rights via the Treaty of Allahabad, but they also took 57 lakh rupees not to take Nizamat functions. But the irony of the matter is, the British never wanted it also. Okay, 53, 57, whatever the amount. 53 lakhs, very good. Now, so what happens is that Nizamat functions would mean general administration and Diwani functions would mean revenue administration. DM and DC, they wanted to be DC, district collector, did not want to be district magistrate. So now what happens is, Clive controls this, but they appoint a person called Reza Khan as the Nazim. So who has the day-to-day headache of everything? The Nazim. So Reza Khan has to do everything. Clive is only there to take the cream of the butter, which is the Diwani rights and collect the revenue. Now, very simply, when we talk about administration, as I said to you, when we talk about the policing administration, I will share my own article wherein the whole story of how they did not want to intervene first, and when then that is called Daroga experiment and how they later changed it. That's a separate issue altogether. I'll ask the team to upload it for this today and tomorrow, both the handout section or the resource section will have it. A very small article, but it will give you the basic picture. We have to discuss rather here two parts of this whole story, which is judiciary and ICS or Indian Civil Services, what you want to do today. Indian Civil Services and police, you will do it from the article. You will do it from the article. Now, see, Clive, it's not imperial, it's Indian Civil Services. Now, Clive didn't touch either. He did not touch any of these elements, did not touch any of these elements because he had what is called the hands of policy. He has the hands of policy, wherein whatever you can get, take it, don't have to take the headache. So Robert Clive very categorically followed what is called hands of policy. Now, if this is the case, what is going to be the consequence of this? What is going to be the consequence of all of this? If he is not going to touch anything, what is going to be the consequence? There's no role of the parliament as of right now. No. The consequence of this is going to be very simply, very simply, the concept of lawlessness. There will be lawlessness. There will be proper chaos. There will be proper chaos. There will be weak law and order situation. There will be dacoity. There will be looting. Very simply, the whole situation will deteriorate. Or we can say that situation not conducive for trade. Can we safely come to this conclusion that if we look at it, the hands of policy of Clive technically makes no sense. If you have to effectively, what is hands off? That we will not change anything, any institution. The simple point of the matter is that if you don't change the situation or don't change the setup itself, over a period of time, things will go out of hand. And that in turn will lead to even more problems. So if I am a trader, I am the British East India Company and everything is getting looted, is it good for my trade? Yes or no? Because you need to understand the pretext of why they start to intervene. We very simply have to understand why would they intervene. So is hands off policy of any purpose or makes any sense? No. Because I have to somehow find a solution to this issue. Now, hands of policy is not going to work if you want to effectively use. So the first intervention is going to be in the judiciary. Now, if everybody understands the pretext, I would now introduce you to these concepts and what was the situation before it and now what happened under Hastings. Yes, everybody is following me. Little bit theoretical it is becoming. As I told you, the whole factual part is over. Now it's going to become more and more theory based, understanding based. Okay, now under Clive or pre 1772, how does the judiciary actually work? What is Aarti? The basic short story is that Clive did not touch anything. That in turn led to the judicial mechanism, the policing mechanism, and the general administration of the state to get deteriorated. Reza Khan was overworked, and Clive did not care. He just wanted to collect money. That's it. So, under Clive or pre 1772, how does the judicial system work? How does the judicial system work? You have what is called civil jurisdiction and criminal jurisdiction. What is the difference between these two? What is the difference between civil and criminal? When it is related to family, private matters, or it is a commercial dispute, it is called civil jurisdiction. When it is related to harm to the state or a person, it is called criminal jurisdiction. So if you and me go into a contract and I breach it, it is going to be what? Civil or criminal? It's going to be civil. And if I go and murder somebody, it is going to become criminal. So civil and criminal basically are two very important jurisdictions. If I want to divide, Reza Khan will look after civil or criminal? He will look after criminal. Very good. And in a way, the British get civil jurisdiction, which is basic disputes vis-a-vis the concept of commercial disputes, family disputes, this and that. Now, under Clive or pre 1772, where do you get justice? Where do you get justice? So, in the rural areas, zamindars acted as dispute redressal institutions, wherein if there was a dispute between you and me, we would go to the zamindar, and the zamindar would then show his personal justice towards that person. And if you were in urban areas, you could go to what is called the King's Court or merchants or merchant associations, merchant or what we call as commercial associations, wherein these merchants would resolve issues within themselves, or you can go to the king and say that I have been looted, do something. When it comes to criminal jurisdiction, you have what is called the Faujdar. He is a Mughal officer in rural areas, and he has his own court which is called the Faujdari Adalat. Faujdari Adalat. That very simply, I will go to his Adalat. And in urban areas, I will go to a person called the Kotwal. The Kotwal in urban areas will have what is called the Kotwal Chabutara. That I go to the Kotwal and Kotwal listens to my issues and he will tell me what to do. And you could also, if you wanted, you could go to the Qazi or the Maulvi, to get legal and justice when if you're a Muslim. Chabutra means platform, yes. So very simply, the institutions are diverse. Institutions are diverse, and basically they're moody. So Kotwal had a good interaction with somebody, so he will give you a less punishment. And if Kotwal had a bad day, he will give you bad punishment. Very simply, zamindars are biased, people are biased. The simple point of the matter is, if I had to get justice in this system, there is no what we call as consistency. When we talk about modern legal system, there are two things which are the bedrock of the modern legal system. What are the two bedrocks of modern legal system? Law is legal system only. Rule of law, very good. No one above law. Don't give me polity answers. Give me the concept that if I talk about the IPC, if I look at the rule of law of India, what are the two basic principles which actually make this law so important? Transparency, executive, jurisprudence, equality, unbiased. See, the two very important concepts is consistency and predictability. What do I mean by these things? What I mean by these things is, I go and murder you, or you come and murder me. Both of us will get the exact same sentence, at least 7 years. So there's consistency that anybody in India kills, at least 7 years will be given. So it's consistent. Second is predictability, wherein I know what is going to happen if I do something. I am going to very simply go and do a certain act. I know under the legal system what is going to happen. So as much as due process, rule of law, this and that, these big fundas, if law is not predictable and law is not consistent, then law is useless. Because if I kill and I don't get punished, it's not consistent. If I kill and I get 1 year, you get 50 years, then that makes no sense itself. So very simply, the concept here is not about equality. It's about application. The simple point is, if a law is consistent, or a jurisprudence or a legal system is consistent and predictable, then you consider it efficient. Now tell me one thing, this system, is the law consistent or efficient? Or in a way, what we call as predictable? Predictability, Vishwajit, would be that you know your sentencing, you know the consequences of your actions already. This is a arbitrary system. There is neither consistency, neither predictability, and nor is it efficient. And this system makes no sense to the British. So therefore, the first change which will come is under Warren Hastings. When Warren Hastings will become the Governor General, he will be given the task to make the judicial system better. Now, what I'm going to be doing is, see, you will find this in no book. You will find it in no random things I'm actually at an optional level teaching you. So I'm going to give you 3 basic flow charts or 3 basic structures. You just have to do one thing, which is to understand how the system works. The area is very specialized for a mains question, but still I'm going to explain to you how the evolution is there between Hastings, Cornwallis, and the concept of Bentinck. So there's something written on the PPT, but what you need to understand is the basic structure. Now, when I'm talking about Warren Hastings, Hastings comes from the school, and I will be having this discussion most probably on Thursday with you. He believes that the problem in India is not that the institutions are useless. The problem in India is that they have fallen into disuse, wherein that either there is corruption which has come in or there is disuse which has come in. So if we, the British, come and revive it, it will become better. So Hastings is of that understanding, wherein he does not want to change too much. So while Clive did not want to touch it, Warren Hastings does not want to fundamentally change anything. Fundamentally change anything. And then what is the concept then? So what he does is that he introduces the following structure. What he does is that he creates what is called a Nizamat Adalat and what is called the Diwani Adalat. Adalat means court. And what happens is the fact that in Nizamat Adalat, there will be a European officer who will be presiding over what is called a religious intermediary. For Hindus, that is going to be a Pandit, and for Muslims, that is going to be a Qazi. Now, in Hastings' mind, this is how Indian legal system works. That if you had to go for any form of what we call as judicial redressal, justice should be given in consonance with the traditions of India. Now, tell me one thing. When in India did rulers and people go to the Pandit for legal advice? Meaning, I have a legal dispute. When did we go to Pandits? Never. Pandits technically are not legal officers. They are the priestly class. But in the small mind of Hastings, if there's a Qazi, see, Qazi and Maulvis are actually legal officers. But an equivalent in Hinduism technically does not exist. Because Pandits are technically not legal officers. So, in the mind of Hastings, this is the structure he thinks which can mimic the most closest to the existing structure, and people can relate to it. And he does the same thing at the Diwani Adalat. He has a district collector, and the district collector presides over one Hindu and one Muslim intermediary vis-a-vis a Pandit and a Maulvi or Qazi. Maulvi or Qazi. Now, what is more interesting is that this is how things were becoming messy. Think of it. I go to the Nizamat Adalat. I've written it on the, this should be other way around. I go to, for example, Nizamat Adalat. And the European, I say that I killed 5 people. I want to confess. Very good. So the European officer will say, what is your religion? I will say, I'm a Hindu. So the Qazi and the Maulvi will not say anything. The Pandit will. Now, the officer, now look at the absurdity. The European officer will say that this is a severe punishment. Pandit, please tell me what is the punishment for killing according to Hindu scriptures. There is no scripture which tells you this. So, the Pandit will rather say, feed 1000 Brahmins and your sins will be washed. So, the European officer says that the religious intermediary says that the basic judgment is feed 1000 Brahmins. Now, this is the problem. You ask the Qazi and the Maulvi, he will do the same thing also, because he has his own notion of justice. Same way, the district collector also was giving absurd judgments. So, very simply, do these intermediaries actually belong in these courts? No. That is the basic point. That because it is in Hastings' mind the way justice should be served, it was the worst structure possible. So this is where Hastings' model is problematic, because it is based on an absurd notion that there are law officers in the pre-colonial era. And that is why this model is flawed from the beginning itself. But now I did not like that. I don't want to feed 1000 Brahmins. Too much for me. So what Hastings did was he said, okay, if you don't like the appeal, if you don't like the judgment of the Nizamat Adalat, you can go to the Sadar Nizamat Adalat, and you can go to the Sadar Diwani Adalat. You can go to the Sadar Diwani Adalat. And later this will be named as the Supreme Court of Bengal, wherein they will basically, the 1774 Supreme Court of Bengal will be established, and that will replace the Sadar Diwani Adalat. Now this is called appellate jurisdiction. Basically, if I don't like the the Nizamat Adalat, I will go to the Sadar Nizamat Adalat, and if I don't like the Diwani Adalat, I will go to Sadar Diwani Adalat. So I can take the appeal to a higher court. So how many tiers are there in this structure? How many tiers are there? It's a 2-tier model. Very good. It's a 2-tier model under which The concept is very, very simple. I have created two basic courts wherein the Sadar Nizamat Adalat and the Sadar Diwani Adalat and the Nizamat Adalat and the Diwani Adalat are there. Now we can already understand that basically this system is not going to work because the religious intermediaries are not going to make sense only, and they will actually even mess it up further. And this is what Cornwallis understood very quickly. Cornwallis, when he will come to India, he will hate this system and change it. Anybody has any issues with regards to basic structure which was created vis-a-vis the first under Hastings? No one has no issues. Okay. Now, who will here matter in Supreme Court? There will be Europeans. All are Europeans only. Only Europeans. Now, no problem. And that is what you actually have to learn. Nothing more, nothing less. Now, Cornwallis brings in a very elaborate system. Criminal, civil. Now, please pay attention. I will make all of them on the same slide, so you don't have to worry in that regard. And we can do one thing for consistency. I'll remove this term from here because then there will be no issue later. Let's just call it the Supreme Court so that it becomes more easy. Supreme Court of Bengal at Calcutta. Because you will see that if I don't remove that, it will become problematic. One is criminal jurisdiction, one is civil jurisdiction. The Nizamat Adalat with European officer, Diwani Adalat with district collector, both have intermediaries. And if you don't like it, you can go to the next tier, which is Supreme Court and Sadar Diwani Adalat. This is what is the system of Hastings. Now, Cornwallis will change it. Cornwallis will make it much, much, much more elaborate. Cornwallis will, what he will do is he will introduce what are called district courts. Then it will have circuit courts. Then you will have the Sadar Nizamat Adalat. And then you will have the Supreme Court. So the difference is that this is district level. This is intermediate level. This is province level. This is pan-India level. So which out of these three, from Supreme Court, Sadar Nizamat Adalat, Circuit Court and District Court, which is the one which will later technically become High Courts? Yes, the Sadar Nizamat Adalat. The Sadar Nizamat Adalat will technically become the level of High Courts. And if you're a lawyer or if you are basically well versed with the legal system, this system is still there. In India till today, there we have district courts, we have circuit courts. Thereafter, we have high courts and the Supreme Court. So circuit courts and district courts still exist in India, and the structure is a little bit similar to what we have. Though we basically have three-tiered structure. We have what is called Sessions Court, High Court and Supreme Court. But under Sessions Court, which is nothing but circuit courts, we also have district courts. So very simply, the system is quite similar to what we have today. So any lawyer can attest the fact that we still, in a way, use this basic system or legal order in that regard. Now, the innovation is not this. District court, circuit court, Sadar or Supreme. It is civil. The British will be more interested in criminal or civil? Tell me. The British will be more interested in criminal or civil? They will be more interested in civil, because civil means that their interest is protected. is protected. So civil, he will create a much more elaborate structure. King in council. King in council means any dispute above 5,000 pounds, you will go to England and you will meet the king to resolve it. District is districts, 5-6 districts together is called one circuit. Then if it is less than 5,000 pounds, then you have Sadar Diwani Adalat. Under it you have again circuit courts. But then he divides the jurisdiction. One is called registrar court and the second one is called munsif court. What is the concept of registrar court and munsif court? Again, till today exists only for Europeans and only for Indians. So he has now created a much more elaborate system with regards to how the whole structure is. The Cornwallis model creates not one but in criminal jurisdiction a 4-tiered structure, and if you have a dispute with a commercial dispute less than 5,000 pounds, it is a 3-tiered structure divided for Muslim, Indians and Europeans, and if it is above 5,000, you can straight away go to the king and his privy council, as it is called in England, to get your dispute resolved. So if you look at it, Cornwallis will do one thing, which is that all religious intermediaries are removed. So no Pandit, no Maulvi or Qazi. None of these officers technically exist. All of them will be abolished. All of them be abolished in all courts, in both criminal and in civil, both. Privy Council is their small advisory council of the king. So very simply, if you look at the structure of Hastings, it shows a faith in religious intermediaries, while Hastings had no real faith at all. So I'll bring these two things together. But before that, we just have to see what Bentinck is going to do, and then I bring all things three structures together. Right? Now, Bentinck will very simply, in criminal not change anything, but in civil he will change something. Wellesley and Lon did not do anything. If I'm not taking their name, they did not do anything. King in council, Sadar Diwani Adalat, and what he does is that he abolishes circuit courts, and now the district collector himself becomes a legal position, and under him he has the registrar and the munsif court. So he's not changed anything in criminal, but he's changed it in the civil. So very simply, can I summarize these three together, and then it will make sense. One slide I make all three together. I can? Okay. See. Hastings, Cornwallis, and Bentinck. We see, Lakshmi, we don't have to go into details. You only need to know the structures. We don't have to go into the working of these things. We just have to keep it simple. So let's talk about Hastings. Hastings is criminal, civil, Supreme Court, then under that Nizamat Adalat, and you have Sadar Diwani Adalat, under it Diwani Adalat. This is the Hastings model. The Cornwallis model, you have Supreme Court, Sadar Nizamat Adalat, then circuit courts, then district courts. Here, King in Council, Sadar Diwani Adalat, circuit courts, under that he has religious intermediaries, yes, and Munsif Court. And thereafter, Bentinck, criminal is same, civil, King in Council, Sadar Diwani Adalat, then district collector, under him registrar and Munsif. So the main change is here. Now, does it make sense? Everybody, can you just remember this slide? There's no question anybody is asking you, but basically, this is the basic model. Done? Great. Now, let's read it. This is going to be our second consolidation. Third time I'm repeating vis-a-vis the larger context. So you have local fauzdars that had executive discretion. Sharia, which is the holy law of Islam, was implemented by qazis and muftis. Focus was more towards mutual resolution than punitive action. And thereafter, you have the judiciary was extremely corrupt, and zamindars and revenue farmers were generally usurping judicial authority. So there's proper confusion in that regard. Now, what Hastings will introduce is a two-tier system. Each district will have a Diwani Adalat and a Nizamat Adalat. And two topics are divided as it is criminal and civil. Muslim and Hindu law would to be used in criminal justice, and Muslim and Hindu law was to be used in civil jurisdiction also. Civil courts will be presided over by European district collectors, and a Maulvi along with a Brahman Pandit. And the criminal court would be under the Qazi and a Mufti supervised by a district collector. And for the same equivalent, you would have a Brahman. The Sadar Nizamad Adalat was the final court of civil matters, which will later be named as Supreme Court when it will come in 1773. And both will be presided over by president and two members of the council of the governor. Now Cornwallis will change this system very quickly, wherein separation of revenue and justice department properly, wherein he'll say that a district collector should not have power, which Bentinck is going to change. To bring European subjects under his jurisdiction, he will make it more elaborate, and he will create a model in which sovereignty of law became important. That law is supreme, which is more important, and no one is above law. So he'll create king in council for appeals more than 5,000 and above. Sadar Diwani Adalat at Calcutta, 4 circuit courts for court of appeal, district courts for district judges, registrar courts for registrar court for European judges and Europeans, and Munsif court under Indian officers for Indians. However, the Fauzdari Adalats, which were functioning under Reza Khan, were abolished. Naib Nazim itself was abolished. This position was abolished under Cornwallis. We'll talk about that. The courts of the circuits headed by European judges were created in place of Fauzdari Adalat. Sadar Nizamad Adalat was brought back to Calcutta, and it was placed under the supervision of Governor General. Indians were excluded almost entirely out of this whole system. Now, Bentinck, what he will do is that he will transfer the power of the circuit courts to the collector. The Diwani Adalat and Sadar Nizamat Adalat will be shifted to Allahabad. English will be now used in the Supreme Court other than Persian. The law courts were to adopt either Persian or a vernacular language. He will be the one who will also establish the Law Commission under Macaulay, the Criminal Procedural Code, Civil Procedural Code, and the IPC, which we use today, were all created by the Macaulay Commission itself. Further, later in 1860, it will provide that Europeans can claim special privileges in certain what we call as in criminal cases. However, no judge of Indian origin could try them. And in 1865, the Supreme Court will be there, and all Sadar Adalats will be merged to create the 3 high courts which are there: Calcutta, Bombay, and Madras. So I know when you will read it, it will actually make no sense. Can we agree to this? And I'll give you a 5-minute breather and we can talk about ICS. I can give you a 5-minute breather. We can take a small break here. 25 minutes will be left, but I want to do ICS. 25 minutes, I can give you a 5-minute break here. We can stop here. We can stop here for 5 minutes. You can take a breather and we can then do ICS and end the class. Yes. So I'll leave you on this basic slide. We can be back at 9:05, and you please just simply absorb what is done. This is the slide which you need to remember. You can remember it. Come on. No issues. Because when I read it, it will actually make no sense. Okay, perfect. See you. Okay. Can we start? Helps. Okay. Now, let's talk about the ICS. When we talk about the ICS generally, reading from the book not getting no issue. If you can just look at the structures enough. I know judiciary is given in a very bad way in standard books. We all can learn those basic structures for you just to know basic judiciary. That's it. I have to give you that image. I'm giving you that image. Don't have to get caught up into that. Okay. Now, they're called civil services because they are for the people, not military services. Okay. Now, very simply, when we talk about the Indian civil services, see, the Clive brought with himself officers. They were part of the East India Company. However, the problem was that these officers were extremely corrupt. Wherein what these officers were technically doing is called private trade. I'll tell you what private trade technically means. East India Company is trading. So East India Company is, for example, buying and selling, for example, pepper. Now these officers, what they used to do, Clive himself used to buy and sell pepper and send the money to his family. Now, if I'm the court of directors, will I like private trading by the officers? No, because basically there is now competition, and if not competition, the money which could have been East India Companies, it is going to the officers itself. And the initial officers actually made a fortune out of this, wherein they started to privately trade. They used to say on their own ships, they used to send pepper and different concept of what we call as commodities, and they used to sell. And the East India Company could see that there was major leakages in that regard. So the one who is considered the person who is considered the father of civil services in India is called Cornwallis, father of civil services in India. And basically his name is Cornwallis. Now Cornwallis, what he did was that he tried to check the corruption by basically introducing four basic concepts. Any East India Company officer will be given an increased salary so that he does not remain corrupt. Strict rules for enforcement vis-a-vis private trade were introduced. They were debarred from taking what are called gifts and bribes and presents. And he also gave them promotion based on seniority so that they know that there is basic form of promotion and a concept career in the ICS. But as of right now, if I had to become an ICS officer, how do I become that? Guess. If I want to become an ICS officer, how do I become it? How do I become an ICS officer? No, there is no examination. That is the point. Before 1853, it was the nomination by the court of directors. So before 1853, there is no concept of what we call as open competition. Open competition only happens after 1853, though there was a provision in the Charter Act of 1833 also. Provision was there, but it was never implemented. The simple point of the matter is that before 1853, if I want to become an ICS officer, I would need to be nominated by the court of directors. And if there will be nomination, what will be there? I will nominate my family members. Voice should be back now. I would only nominate my family members. I would be a nepotistic. So, family member after family member after family member. And this is the problem of this system. So, ICS became much, much more sought after based on an examination only after 1853. But the irony is that the system which you follow today for UPSC is exactly the same as the open competition which was introduced after 1853, wherein they also had a prelims examination, they also had a mains examination, they also had an interview. But the difference was that you do GS paper 2, 3, 4, 5, or whatever GS paper 1, 2, 3. They rather had the concept of Latin language, English literature, Greek philosophy, very, very Europeanish subjects in that regard. So you needed to know Latin, you needed to know English, you need to know English literature, you needed to know Greek philosophy, you needed to know the very, what we call as difficult in that regard, Latin based legal systems. So the examination before 1853 was not based on exam, only after 1853 it is. And it can, between 1853 and 1922, it only happens in England, London. It only happens in London. It only happens in London. It is the recommendation of what is called the, what we call as the Islington Committee. I will discuss with you later. Islington Committee said that the simultaneous exam should happen, and that in turn will lead to, in 1922, for the first time, it will happen at two places, London and Allahabad, or what we call as Prayagraj today. And basically, the simultaneous exam concept is going to come in 1922. And before that, in 1853 to 1922, you had to go to London in that regard. So 1853 broke the monopoly of the East Court of Directors. 1833 tried it, but was never implemented. So are we clear with regards to basic progressions here? That it is Cornwallis who makes it better. Before 1853, it is based on nomination. After 1853, it is based on open competition. Between 1853 and 1922, it is only in England. After 1922, it is both in London and in Allahabad. Yes? Okay. Now, where do ISS get trained today? Where do ISS get trained today? Or rather, everybody gets trained today. Masuri, Labasna. Very good. So, it's about training also. Where do you training? Or where do you do training? When we talk about training, the training of the ICS officers, Wellesley actually started what is called the Fort William College in 1806. But the court of directors did not like it. Wellesley wanted to train ICS officers in Calcutta itself so that they could learn Indian conditions and also understand India better. But if I am a court of director, Wellesley has too much power. Therefore, this will be shut down. This will be shut down. And there will be a new college which will be developed, which is called the East India Company College at a place called Haileybury in England. And that basically became the only training institute, 2 years of training at Haileybury College with regards to the concept of training of the ICS officers. Arthur, not Richard Kartika. So very simply, basic questions with regards to when, how, and what are done. So let me read it out to you. See, Fort William College will be opened in 1806 by Wellesley, but the Court of Directors will close it. Instead of that, the East India College will be set up in Haileybury in London to train the recruits for 2 years. Although the Charter Act of 1833 had theoretical understanding or in principle said that it should be open to Indians via a concept of open competition, this open competition clause will be technically negated when there will be opposition from the Court of Directors, and it will only be in 1853 that open competition will come. Open competition will come. Further, the simple point of the matter is, because we don't do land revenue today, what I want to do very simply is just write the basic things. 1833, 1853, 1922. 1833 is the attempt at open competition. 1853 is open competition. 1922 is simultaneous exam. Now, last but not the least, one thing. There are 3 commissions which I will discuss with you in miscellaneous topics, which is the last module itself, which are related to what we call as ICS. One is called Atchison. One second. One is called Atchison Commission. The other was called Islington Commission, and this is called Lee Commission. Just remember AIL. This is in chronological order. I will discuss with you what were their basic provisions later. But when we talk about the ICS as of right now, they will be the most important backbone, but also an important tool of rule in India. So if we understand all of this, I'll consolidate what we've done today and I'll ask you the question related to wars so that we can check if you remember everything till now or not. Yes? So what have we done today? We have discussed Sikh war. We discussed Sikh war. We discussed the basic contours of the war, why it happened. AIL is nothing but the acronym for the 3 commissions related to ICS. These are ICS commissions. ICS commissions. Now, once we did with the Sikh war, then we moved to the concept, very simple concept of the subsidiary alliance and doctrine of lapse. We discussed the permutation and combinations. And thereafter, we've been discussing the judiciary and the ICS. This is what we've done today. And we did a trick vis-a-vis how to learn the what we call as wars, and we did with regards to treaties. Now, very simply, tomorrow's agenda is going to be extremely important. Please don't miss tomorrow's class, irrespective of anything. I will be discussing land revenue, commercialization, and deindustrialization, if we can reach there, and drain of wealth. People tend to think, we will discuss what is called economic history. Students tend to think that these 4 things are independent to each other. But I'm going to tell you a way to understand it so that you understand that basically all 3 are or all 4 are related to each other very, very closely, because there's a major understanding. Rather, I'll ask you the question itself. India was looted directly, indirectly. Directly, indirectly, both. Okay. Very good. So half of you saying both, half of you saying indirectly. Very good. Now, there's a major misnomer which you will see, for example, in WhatsApp University or in other platforms, where people would argue that the British came, they took the money, they put it onto a ship, and they took it to England. This is a major understanding which has been created vis-a-vis whatever it may be. But tomorrow we will actually understand how the looting of India, the drain from India, was much, much, much more diverse and through multiple channels. Through multiple channels. And very simply, once we are done with the concept of this economic history, we'll slowly move to education policy. And once we'll move to education policy, we'll move to social religious reform. So we are very slowly shifting towards the social justice reform movement, then peasant and tribal movement in 1857. We are very slowly but surely moving towards the national movement. Till this point in the story, from advent to expansion to consolidation, I hope nobody has any problem. And last but not the least, tomorrow we start economic exploitation. Are we clear with regards to where are we going? We'll discuss the constitutional history from Regulating Act to the Charter Act to everything also in between all of this. I have to do with you regulating PITS India. I will to discuss that with you. So no problem. You are able to understand the logic of the syllabus itself and how UPSC or we have divided it in that regard. ICS is Mandur, ICS till this point is complete for the initial company period. Crown period will do separately. Okay. Now, see, if you've covered it from Lakshmikant, the problem is Lakshmikant orientation for that is different. Because a lot of students do it from Lakshmikant, but the problem is Lakshmikant is written from the perspective of polity. We have to discuss it in the concept of history and implications on British India. So there's a difference with regards to that. See, judiciary is complicated. Yes, obviously. Just remember the structure enough. As I said, ICS is also, I've done the basics with you. We will come back to this topic later when we'll do. Can I do the questions and we can stop for today? Pulkit, Clive took 53 lakhs. You are expecting honesty from Clive. Yes, he took 53 lakhs. Later they will take Nizamat function also. British can do anything. Okay. So I'll do 3 levels of questions with you and we'll then end for today. As I said, why the name civil? Because civil means people. Military means military. So Indian civil services, civil. You don't. People tend to forget you. What you want to become is a public servant, but people don't think. IAS officers don't think themselves as servants, but you're a public servant. That is why you're a civil officer. Okay. Now, come on. Yes. Okay, arrange it. I mixed it now. Take your time. This is what happens when you do it fresh, it comes to you. Later it will. 4 is Treaty of Allahabad. Akula. Well, just remember the treaty and the war and then convert it. I already gave you the trick for that also. Come on. The pattern which is emerging more or less 1427653 4127563 मोबाइल नंबर लिख रहे हैं सब 1426573 okay see I think this is prevailing. Let's see if this is correct. 142 again this is different 7563. This is what most of the people are writing. Okay. Why are people writing 4 first? Treaty of Allahabad is what? Treaty of Allahabad is which war? Is Buxar. So Bengal happens after Treaty of Paris, right? See, Treaty of Paris is basically IPOPA. Pa means Third Carnatic War. Third Carnatic War. Bhairoval means second, the first Sikh War. 3 has to be in the end. First Sikh War. Sikh War. This is Buxar. And this is Third Mysore War. So if I had to keep it 1, then 4 perfect, then you would have to go for 2. Thereafter, you will have 6. Thereafter, yes, 1, 4, 2. Mysore will come first. Then 5. Then 6. Seringapatnam, no. 6. 1, 2, 1. Wait, 1 second. 1, 4, 2, 6. So what have we done? 1, 4, 2, 6 done. So what is left is what? Treaty of Bhairoval. 3 has to be in the end. So that is also done. We have to decide between first Maratha. So 7 and 5. This is 1, 4, 2, 6, 7, 5, 3. So you have first, I've done all right. 7 before 6. Why 7 before 6? First Maratha, third Mysore. Then again you are mixing it up. First Maratha, then 7, 6. Okay, I get your point. This will be reverse. 7, 6. Okay. Now this is fine. 1, 4. 1 is Third Carnatic War. Thereafter 4 is Treaty of Allahabad Buxar. Then 2 first Mysore. Then 7 perfect first Maratha. Then 6 which is third Mysore. Then 5 and then 3. Perfect. Great. So I myself took time in making the question is easier, solving it is difficult. But just to refresh your basic memory, what is the catches? What are the catches here? I, Po, Pa, and thereafter Mad, Man, Seri. Thereafter you have La, Bhai, and you have the concept of Bal, not Bal, Sal, bus, Sal bus. These are the ones. And the basic concept was Carnatic first, then Bengal, then Mysore, then Maratha, then Sikh. Then Sikh, and my comes first, then Maratha, then my. Right? So I'll give you one more question if you have the time, and we can then close for today. One more question? Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay. Come on. If you have to go somewhere, thank you so much. I'll see you tomorrow. I hope everything made sense. Come on. Two, 7. Again, mixing is there. 2, 7, 3, 1, 6, 4, 5. This is what people are writing. Then there is one more. 2, 7, 3, 6, 1, 4, 5. Let's check. Let's check. See. Treaty of Mangalore is madman. So basically, this is Second Mysore War. First Carnatic, this is the first. No, this is the second Maratha War. And this is first Maratha War. And this is third Pondicherry, Ipopa. This is Po. It should start with 7, right? Or we have 2. Okay. So we have this is Ipopa, second Carnatic War. So it will be first this 2, 7. Thereafter we have first Mysore. So 3. Then second Mysore. No, we have then first Maratha also. Then 6. Thereafter you will have 1, 1. And then 5 will be in the end. So 4 here. 2, 7, 3, 6, 1, 4, 5. Yes. So I hope that you found this at least useful now, and how you can actually solve these questions, right? So thank you so much. I'll see you tomorrow, same time. Tomorrow, a little bit more attentive, and we have to discuss economic history. Very, very important, interesting zone also. And it will open your eyes quite a lot about how India actually is what it is today. So I hope that these tricks are working for you. We are doing extremely, very, very difficult questions that ways. If we don't have that understanding, these questions become impossible in a way. So thank you. Take care. Bye-bye.